And then recall that the Democrats sailed into office in 2020 from the George Floyd uprisings, as working and oppressed people, and specifically black people, turned down historic numbers in rejection of Trump. And yet Biden and Kamala's promises of passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act never materialized. In fact, they only sent more money to police around the country to further brutalize us, while at the same time in 2023, police in the U.S. killed more people than ever. Say her name, Sonia Massey.
Sonia Massey!
Sonia Massey!
Sonia Massey!
Our experience tells us that if anything were to change in this country, the source of it won't be from within the Democratic Party. It won't be because they suddenly had a conscience. It would be because groups like the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, the Legalization for All Network, Voces, Students for a Democratic Society, and many more built a mass movement so powerful that it forced these genocidal politicians to yield to our demands. And if they don't, we'll take power ourselves.
That's it.
This march is one step of many in building our movement. All power to the people.
All power to the people!
Oh, yeah. Up next is Christine Newman Ortiz, the Executive Director of Voces de la Frontera Action, a nationally renowned immigrant rights organization from Milwaukee.
Christine Newman Ortiz, Executive Director of Voces de la Frontera Action, CHRISTINEMANN-ORTIZ, pronouns she, ella. 4 years ago, Voces de la Frontera Action built a Latina and youth voter immigrant network that was critical in Wisconsin in defeating Trump's fascist administration. And we are committed to do that again as part of a broader movement to block the threat of a second-term Trump administration, more empowered and ready to implement mass deportations and strip away decades of social progress, including our very right to organize. But we stand here with all of you today to deliver a message to the Democratic Party that our commitment to defeating fascism does not mean that we do not make demands on the Democratic Party. We have waited too long for the promise of immigration reform for 11 million essential workers and their families who worked in the pandemic, yet are not treated as the heroes they are. We call on Harris and Walz to deliver on immigration reform in the first 100 days of the new administration. We stand in solidarity with Palestinians for an end to the funding of a genocidal war in Gaza. As immigrants, we too understand the role of the U.S. government in supporting dictatorships abroad to serve corporate interests, whether that is backing Israel to serve oil companies in the Middle East or banana companies in Guatemala in the 1980s that conducted their own genocidal war against the largely indigenous people, or economic policies like NAFTA that force people to migrate. We know that an independent movement from below that is in solidarity with each other is the only way we can build enough power to defeat fascism and advance a real democracy. Immigrant rights is women's rights. Immigrant rights is LGBTQ rights. Immigrant rights is workers' rights. Immigrant rights is human rights. Si se puede!
Si se puede! Thank you, Christine. Next up is Victoria Hinckley. Victoria is a student organizer with Tampa Bay Students for a Democratic Society and was recently expelled from the University of South Florida for being a leader in the Solidarity encampment on campus.
Hello everyone, as Fayani said, my name is Victoria Hinckley. That's first name Victoria, V-I-C-T-O-R-I-A. Last name Hinckley, H-I-N-C-K-L-E-Y. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student organizer with Students for a Democratic Society, and I go to school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Students for a Democratic Society is really proud to be a part of the coalition to march on the RNC and to be leading in the student contingent here today. And we're marching on the DNC to demand an end to all U.S. aid to Israel, to demand that the genocide in Palestine be ended now. We've seen continually the Biden-Harris administration support genocide abroad by funding the IOF, by funding the Zionist State of Israel, by continually sending arms and billions and billions of dollars to fund this genocide. And we've seen them also attack the student movement for Palestine here at home with passing bills against protesting, calling students terrorists, saying that we deserve to get deported, encouraging violence be used against us by the police on our own campus. And this past spring we saw a historic nationwide student movement for Palestine. We saw students build encampments at their campuses, and this was, a really historic student movement, a very historic anti-war movement supporting the liberation for Palestine, supporting demanding divestment from their universities who are complicit in this genocide. And we saw students come out in thousands to support this encampment, so we know that students across the country stand with Palestine. They're demanding an end to the genocide and an end to U.S. aid to Israel. And we also saw a very violent response from university administrations and from police. We saw, people be tear gassed at my own school in Tampa at our encampment. We were tear gassed and we had rubber bullets shot at us. Shame.
Shame.
So we saw this horrible, violent response, but despite that, students still came out in droves. They didn't care if they were going to get tear gassed. They didn't care if they were going to get arrested. They were there to stand with Palestine. They were proud to stand with the resistance. And after that encampment movement, we saw horrible political repression take place in the forms of attacks on the student movement. In my own chapter, we had my fellow SDSer Joseph Shari was suspended for leading the encampment that day at the University of South Florida, and he's an international student, so they're now threatening him with deportation. Shame.
Shame.
And I myself was expelled from the University of South Florida for standing with Palestine, for being active in my encampment movement, even though I was a single assignment away from graduating, from walking across the stage in my graduation ceremony. Shame.
Shame.
And Students for a Democratic Society has launched our national campaign to demand that our universities not get away with punishing students for being pro-Palestine. We're going to be calling in August 26th to August 30th to demand that students not be expelled, and demanding that our movements stop being attacked. And come fall, we're going to hit the ground running, ready to defend student protests for Palestine and continuing to demand divestment. We refuse to let our universities get away with funding a genocide in our name. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest.
Disclose, divest.
Thank you.
We will not stop, we will not rest. Thank you, Victoria. Next up is Sydney Loving. Sydney is a Dallas, Texas-based organizer and co-chair of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, who has been active in the Black Liberation Movement since 2015.
Woo! Hi everybody, Sydney Loving. Spell my name right? Okay, S-Y-D-N-E-Y.
You don't have to crowd.
Sorry. S-Y-D-N-E-Y-L-O-V-I-N-G. So I had a lot of coffee and I don't have a prepared thing. So if I ramble around, I know y'all can edit it and fix all that. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm representing the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, our work is deeply rooted in the Black Liberation Movement. And there's a reason why the Black Liberation Movement has a very long history of solidarity with Palestine. There's a reason why everybody from Nelson Mandela to the Black Panthers is talking about Palestine, and it's not about charity or anything like that. It's that we have a very deep understanding of how our struggles are connected, and it's very clear. It's not hidden. The same people that are getting rich off of genocide in Gaza are the same people that are investing in oppression of Black people in this country.
Yes.
And as our movements against U.S. imperialism get stronger here or abroad, it strengthens each other. The solidarity strengthens each other, and we saw that too. There's a reason why in the Palestinian liberation movement they recognized that, and in 2020 the Palestinian movement was marching for George Floyd as well. We saw that in Dallas. So we understand that our struggles are connected, our liberation is connected. So we're in full solidarity with the Palestinian resistance. We're not going to give that up or qualify that. And our freedom is connected. So, yeah.
Thank you, Sydney. I'm honored to introduce this next speaker, who's a very, very close friend of mine. And we share a political analysis, a political trajectory, and she represents a really important community in Chicago as well, and in the country. In-hae Choi is the former executive director of the Hana Center, a Korean organization that combines social services and community organizing to promote social change. She's also a nationally known immigrant rights and Asian community leader. Please welcome In-hae Choi.
Good morning. So my name is In-hae Choi, I-N-H-E-C-H-O-I. And I'm with the Hana Center, as Hatem said. We are a community-based organization that works with Korean, Asian American, and multi-ethnic immigrant communities to rebuild power toward advancing human rights. I'm also here with the National Korean American Service and Education Consortium, NAKASEC Action Fund, where we try to improve the policies that improve human rights, immigrant rights, and civil rights. And so we're here today with two purposes. The first is, as you've been hearing, to demand that the U.S. government stop using our tax dollars to fund Israel to continue committing atrocities and killing innocent lives in Gaza. Our people come from countries that have been experiencing brutality and tragedy of colonization, war, and humiliation. In fact, U.S. troops are still in Korea and in the Philippines, and they must withdraw to make sure that there's peace in those lands. And so what's happening in Palestine feels personal to us. And so we stand with millions of other Americans who are not here today, but all over the country today and this week, to say that we demand that our own government, that actually has the power to stop genocide in Gaza, actually stop it immediately. We're also here to hold our legislators and the Biden administration accountable by demanding that they do their job and not play politics with immigration. They make promises, as we all know, and once they get in, they don't do their job, and in fact, they make it worse. We all know that. It's broken record, but it keeps happening, right? So, in fact, we all know that this country cannot function without immigrants. A recent study was released by the Taxation and Immigration Policy that found that in just 1 year, undocumented immigrants contributed 96.7, almost $100 billion in taxes to the federal, state, and local governments. So actually, America cannot afford to lose immigrants. Politicians know very well about taxation and representation. So to them, we're here to say that we're not paying you to be all fancy and boastful and joyous among yourselves inside the convention or outside the convention. We are here to say, do your job, make policies that protect and support immigrants and all other marginalized communities as well. And finally, we really urge the city of Chicago to grant us a 2.1-mile route that we need. Let's make different history. That in 2024, the city of Chicago supported and facilitated a safe and peaceful demonstration at DNC. There's still time. Thank you.
Thank you, In-hae. 2.4 miles. The last speaker before I take questions is Omar Yunus. He's a co-founder and leader of Jasur, an Arab and Palestinian youth organizing project in the southwest suburbs. And Jasur has played a lead role in all of the local led protests since October in Chicago. Please welcome Omar Yunus.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Omar Yunus, O-M-A-R-Y-O-U-N-E-S. Co-founder of Jishoor, that's spelled J-I-S-O-O-R. I also had a lot of coffee, so bear with me. Last week, the Biden-Harris administration approved another $20 billion in weapons sales to Israel. A state guilty of killing over 40,000 Palestinian civilians. During this genocide, Israel destroyed more than 70% of the homes in Gaza, many of which my family lived in, and displaced more than 1.9 million Palestinians. This decision continues a troubling legacy of U.S. military aid that has long supported Israel's brutal subjugation of Palestinians, a legacy maintained by both Democrats and Republicans. In 2016, President Obama and then Vice President Biden authorized a decade-long $38 billion in military aid to Israel, the largest in U.S.-Israeli history. This funding armed Israeli soldiers who harass, kidnap, and violently displace Palestinians from their homes in Gaza and the West Bank. It also directly supplied Israel with the weaponry that killed and injured thousands of residents before October 7th. The Democratic National Convention has received $75 million in funding to beef up their security in preparation for this march of unified people. The city of Chicago has prioritized spending money to beautify McCormick Place rather than spending it to clear the food deserts in their South Side communities, to help house the unhoused population, to help take care of their migrant communities. Chicago displaced and evicted vulnerable communities in Hyde Park to give free housing to out-of-state police officers coming to keep the peace while the marches happen. The Democratic Party may present a new face, but its support for Israel remains unchanged. Kamala Harris's candidacy, while historic, does not alter the party's ongoing support for the Israeli genocide. At her rallies, she has attempted to silence pro-Palestinian protesters, and she, just like Biden, continues to be unwilling to listen to the outcries of the Palestinian people. But she's not the problem. The party is what keeps this agenda moving, and the people are here to make their voice heard. My community wakes up to photos and videos of our family and friends decapitated, burned to death, killed by 2,000-pound Israeli bombs dropped on their homes. This pain is what drives the people of Chicago out into the streets in the thousands every single weekend. Residents of Pilsen and Bridgeport and other wards came out in the hundreds to lobby their aldermen to get them to vote for the ceasefire resolution. Hundreds of students came out, spending days at their university campuses. People of all backgrounds, Black, Latino, and every single color you can imagine, out there to support the Palestinian people and demand better for our people. Our message is clear. End U.S. aid to Israel now. Stop financing the oppression of Palestinians. And this demand alone can decisively save 2 million Palestinians still trapped in Gaza. That's why we're here today.
Thank you, Armand. Before I take questions, I just want to lay out the week one more time for everybody. So in an hour and a half or so, at 12 noon, we will have our program here. We'll start our program here. It'll probably go till about 1:30, a little bit beyond 1:30, and then we will set up and begin the march from Washington Boulevard right there until we get within sight and sound of the United Center. Once we get back from the march, actually, I'm sorry, then we will stop. Folks may or may not know there's a park right near the United Center right there on Washington Boulevard as well, called Park 578. We'll have a short program there as well, and then we'll loop back around. We'll come down Lake Street, and we'll get back into the park, and we'll wrap it up from there. So that, you know, that could be around 4, potentially between 4 and 5. That's what the day looks like. On Thursday, 5 p.m. program here as well, and a march also to the 578, and then back to the park. And on Wednesday, the Coalition of March on the DNC is supporting the local Palestinian Coalition for Justice in Palestine, which is starting here at 3:30. I don't know yet the route for that march, but they will start here at 3:30 on Wednesday, and we will all be here with them as well. USPCN is a leading member of both coalitions. Yeah.
One media note is there is a live stream, and if your team needs footage, you can use the footage from the live stream. Give credit to the Coalition to March on the DNC. It's on the website.
Thank you, Fan. So yeah, now I'll take questions.
The route.
Been organizing this for a while. Was there any more people here, you think, that fighting with those nominees? Has that changed the crowd size that you're getting? Not no longer be in this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we won't know that for a couple more hours, but we still think there's going to be thousands of people here, maybe tens of thousands throughout the week. We made it very clear from the very beginning that there is no difference. Kamala Harris is part of this administration, and not only is she part of the administration, she is part and parcel of and in lockstep with 75 years of U.S. policies in relation to Palestine and the Arab world. So, you know, we said from day one, nothing's changing. You know, all full steam ahead for our coalition and our mobilization.
Kamala Harris named the liaison.
In the Middle East and reportedly near a finish line. Will that change the message of the coalition march on the DNC if that is reached? Do you see that as a positive step forward or a win, perhaps?
So I think we have to correct ourselves and maybe, you know, do a little bit more research about what's reportedly close to a ceasefire. The Palestinian Unified Resistance has been saying for weeks that we're not close to a ceasefire because Netanyahu is continuing to move the goalposts. Every time, July 2nd, the Palestinian Unified Resistance was ready to make the deal of the exchange of Palestinian political prisoners for Israeli detainees, the deal that Israel would have to withdraw from the entirety of Gaza, the deal that the genocide would end and Israel would leave all of the crossings and all of the borders. And Netanyahu refuses to do that. And so although it's reported by US press and by some European press that we're reportedly close, we're actually not. You should listen to the people who are in the negotiations. You should listen to the Unified Palestinian Resistance because they're saying they're not going to take a deal that Netanyahu believes that he can change every single day and every single week. So that is a sort of a non-starter until the Israelis negotiate in good faith, agree to withdraw, agree to a permanent ceasefire. Netanyahu does not want to agree to a permanent ceasefire. He wants to agree to the type of ceasefire that Killer Kamala is asking about or talking about. One that's temporary, the one that offers a few weeks of respite before the Israeli bombs, US bombs, start dropping on people's heads again in Gaza. That's unacceptable. The Palestinian resistance is not close to a ceasefire, and so it doesn't matter what US press and Western European press is reporting. Molly.
Just an update on the protest route, because y'all have been negotiating with the city. Are we still with the 1.1 mile route turning at Maypole and Hermitage?
So again, you know, everybody knows what happened in the last week. 3 days ago, they tried to say we couldn't have stage and sound, and we fought very hard for 48 hours, and we got them to change their minds and to allow us to put it up. That was community organizing at its best. That was the community organizing of Christine's organization and Inhe's organization and Students for a Democratic Society and SJPs and all of the 290 or so organizations that make up the Coalition to March on the DNC. And that's what we know. That's what we do. And we're not going to stop until we step off the stage to get that 2.4 miles that we need to accommodate the protesters here today.
Do you have an opinion on the fact that Kamala Harris named a liaison, a special person to liaise with the Arab American community, and about the uncommitted delegates that will be in the United States? What would you like to see?
Yeah, there's always a liaison with the Arab community, just like there's a liaison with the black community and a liaison with the immigrant community and a liaison with all the other communities. Have those liaisons truly been able to make any substantial, legitimate changes for people on the ground, working people, marginalized people on the ground? At least in the Arab context, they haven't. I don't know that much about this person. I would have to learn more before I would be able to give a statement like that. The uncommitted folks are people that we know. That movement of uncommitted and uninstructed in Wisconsin, uncommitted in Minnesota, and in Michigan, in Illinois, we don't have an uncommitted choice. So the community here decided to do a campaign to write in Gaza instead of voting for Biden in the primaries. 700,000 people altogether who traditionally and historically vote Democrat did not vote for Biden in the primaries in that movement. So that is a substantial movement. I appreciate the fact that they're in there. They think that they could maybe make a change from within. That might not be the opinion of myself or a number of organizations that are part of this coalition, but you know, inside-outside strategy is not bad.
Has your organization taken...
Mayor Johnson has obviously now said that he thinks that what is happening in Gaza is genocidal. Do you think that that is significant in any way of him finally saying it? Do you think it would make a difference in maybe the city allowing a longer row?
I don't know about that, but what I do know is that he has been in the front of this issue from day one. Let's acknowledge when we have a different day in the city of Chicago. I told Inhe and I've told other people, I would have been much more happy in the last 2 months if Rahm Emanuel was mayor, because we would have went on an absolute attack against him personally as a Zionist supporter of Israel. But we're in a city in which we have a mayor who says, I am from the movement. A mayor who says, I am an organizer. A mayor who says that people have the right to protest and express their First Amendment rights. We all respect that. We also have a mayor that we sat in the city council with who broke the tie for the ceasefire resolution in Chicago, the largest city in the country, to pass that resolution. It was the mayor who broke the tie. And now he goes and speaks to Mother Jones and he calls it a genocide. And he says to the world, we can't be ashamed to call it what it is. That is a powerful, powerful moment right now for the mayor of one of the biggest, strongest cities in the country, a Democratic Party stronghold as well, who says that. That's powerful. It means a lot.
Just back to the rally route really quick, or the march route really quickly. What route are you encouraging people to walk today? Because I know you said yesterday that the number of people will dictate, you know, kind of where they go, but where are you going to lead this group?
We don't have to encourage anyone to go anywhere. We're organizing this march. We have lead banners, we have lead marchers, we have lead marshals. We will lead the march on the route that is agreed upon. So again, it's 1.1 miles right now, but we're not stopping until, you know, we get the route that we want.
Have your organization...
With who? No. This coalition is not. Kamala didn't call me.
Have your organizations taken any steps to ensure there's no instances of anti-Semitism within the march or within any of these protests organized this week?
So, I'm glad you asked that question, because now I can talk about the ADL for a little bit. The Anti-Defamation League and the Jewish United Front, two extremely Zionist organizations. ADL, and look up your research by our colleagues from JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, that is a partner in this coalition, and the organization that they started to expose ADL as a racist, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-black organization that it is. They came out, they did a press conference a couple weeks ago, and they said that the people of Chicago should be concerned about this protest. That they criminalized protesters, they criminalized Palestinians, they criminalized the Coalition to March on the DNC by name, they criminalized USPCN by name. And they made accusations that are weaponizing anti-Semitism to disguise their disgusting line as supporters of war and supporters of genocide. They trying to disguise it by weaponizing anti-Semitism. We've said from day one, USPCN and the Palestinian community, that there is real anti-Semitism in this world, but we refuse to allow the Zionists in this country to criminalize our movement for self-determination and independence and to stop the genocide by calling it anti-Semitism just because we're protesting to stop that criminal Zionist terrorist state.
Atem, you mentioned in the past that you're going to bring...
You got to speak up a little bit, please.
You mentioned in the past that there were buses of protesters coming in throughout the Midwest. Now that we're here on the day, any idea how many buses and where they're coming from?
Yeah, I actually don't know if they're all here yet, but we do know that there are 2 from Michigan, there are 2 from Wisconsin, there are 2 from Minneapolis. Woo! There are buses coming from Cleveland and Youngstown. I believe, and we heard that there's a bus from New Mexico. I'm not on the outreach committee. The media committee was already too much work for me, so I don't know exactly if there are other buses coming, but definitely those that I just mentioned. Wait, you asked already. Go ahead. We don't, our coalition doesn't take a position on that. We don't take a position telling people who they should vote for, whether they should vote, whether they shouldn't vote. So that is not the purview of our coalition. In fact, the reason why we're out here and not, trying to, get into the convention and talk to delegates and all that there is because, we don't think that there is a lesser of 2 evils when it comes to Palestine and the Arab world. The Republicans and the Democrats are in lockstep.
For a second, because they are towing cars
Can you cut them, please? Yeah.
If you marched on Warren, which is on
Hold on. Anybody else?
Can you just repeat your name?
Yeah, I will. I'll give you. Yeah, you go ahead. You can answer.
Is there any concern that this can end up benefiting from November and having an administration that is even harsher with the Palestinian cause?
Yeah. I don't know how much more harsh it can get than what Ahmed has described, that his family in Gaza have had to deal with. I don't know how many more people could possibly be killed or injured or displaced by a different party. We will not take any responsibility if Kamala Harris loses the election. The responsibility is on Genocide Joe and on Kamala Harris and on that Democratic Party. If they lose this election to Trump, they are responsible only. Their policies around Palestine are responsible only and nobody else.
So the U.S. government is complicit, as you say, in supporting Israeli genocide with tax dollars, $10 billion additional. Do you think that these government officials should themselves be prosecuted for war crimes who supported genocide?
Yes, of course. I think a lot of government officials in Israel and the United States should be prosecuted for war crimes, yes. Hatem Abudayah, Hatemabudayah, for those that might have missed it. Yeah. Christine and Inhe? Both of you. This is a question for you all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, repeat it.
What message do you have for migrants or undocumented immigrants in Chicago that have been affected by the arrival of the DNC?
So we just say that.
To the mics, to the mics.
Yeah. No, it's really about this is a moment where all the legislators and politicians are going to come and really talk about immigration again in a way that they're just going to use us as a tool and a talking point without doing anything. So it's a moment to really say, don't be fooled by that. But it really is about holding them accountable and keep pushing. And that we need a pathway to citizenship for all $11 million undocumented people, because you just heard the report. The immigrants are really funding so much of what's happening in this country, so we really need that. Yeah, we have a delegation marching today, and undocumented immigrants have been at the forefront of the labor movement and the democracy movement. We've seen the Day Without Latinos strikes. People are very courageous. They're essential to our economy, and it's important to be here. And they're here because people are not going to be, forced into the shadows, and we want to come out of the shadows. And we also want to stand in solidarity with others who are oppressed. So people are courageous, and that courage should be recognized by those who deserve to give them immigration reform.
Back.
Yeah, this movement is largely led by college students and American youth. What does that mean for youth political engagement, both now and going forward?
Yeah. I'll pass that to the youth. Armand, you want to take this question?
I think the youth are realizing through the access of social media and the democratization of information that the issues plaguing their world and plaguing their existence are a lot deeper than the surface level that youth in previous generations were brought up to see. And youth are progressively more aware of what's happening around them and the core issues that plague their lives. So this marks a pivotal moment in youth involvement and the potential for that involvement in the reciprocating systems outward. Chicago CPS school students organized a large walkout across all CPS schools just a few months ago in demonstration in solidarity with the Palestinian community. And these are high schoolers. And this extrapolates upwards and downwards across elementary and high school equally. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
My name is Jack Paulson. I'm an independent journalist. I broke a story in The Guardian this weekend that the longtime general counsel of the DNC, Joseph Sandler, had secretly been contracting with the Israeli government to help their propaganda program in the U.S. Avoid foreign agent registration in the United States from 2018 to 2022. I was wondering if you had any comment on the DNC working hand in glove with the Israeli government.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the report, but I'm not surprised at all. None of us should be, right? I mean, they've got the President of the United States who stands up and parrots all of their propaganda and talking points from the Israeli government and the Israeli military on a daily basis. You got two circus clowns who are the spokespeople for Blinken who do the same thing. Every single day, they defend Israel as if they were defending the United States. Every single day, they parrot the talking points of the Israeli military and the government almost verbatim. So it's no surprise. Go ahead.
Russell Gobler with Pew Dissidents. A lot of progressives, particularly commentators, who have been speaking out about the Palestinian cause. As soon as Kamala picked Waltz, were so impressed with his free lunch program that they've decided to support Kamala after saying that they wouldn't. Do you feel they're selling out the Palestinian cause for a free lunch?
Yeah, listen, I mean, everybody has the right to organize the way they see fit. We believe that people power in the streets is the way to make change. We have the history of the Black Liberation Movement that is the leadership of the Palestine Liberation Movement. truly, truly, we have learned from mentors and organizers decades and decades of their struggles and their victories in this country. And so that's what we emulate. Those who want to believe that maybe voting is the way to make change, I would argue that there are 75 years of U.S. presidents who have done absolutely nothing for the people of Palestine and have in fact absolutely devastated the Arab world, because the Republicans and Democrats are in lockstep when it comes to foreign policy, especially in relation to the Arab world. So we believe in the power of the people. We believe we believe in the power of the people in the streets. That's how we have won our demands in the past, and that's how we think we're going to win our demands in the future. Any other questions? All right, y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, it's all good.
You want to go over here?
We're based here in Chicago.
Based here in Chicago.
Okay,
You might stand. You might be nice.
Okay.
Hey, you can hold the mic. Yeah.
Sorry.
You want to? I got his name. Do you want me to? Great. Awesome. Can you just tell us your name and spell it for us, please?
Sean Campbell, S-H-A-W-N, Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
Awesome. And where are you coming from today?
Plano, Illinois.
Great. Can I just ask what you're, doing here today with the flag and?
Yes, I'm here. So back when Benjamin Netanyahu had a joint message with the United States House of Representatives, the United States Senate, there was a group of people who had removed the American flag from outside the U.S. Congress. They removed 3 flags. They took those flags down, replaced them with the foreign entities flag and the Palestinian flag. And not only did they replace the foreign entities flag from our flag, they then burned the American flag. So I see a lot of anti-American hatred, anti-patriotic actions by a group of supporters of Palestine. And so basically this is my form of counter-protesting, is showing my patriotism, my love for my country, that I bleed red, white, and blue.
Is it so? Is it pro? I guess would you say America kind of pushed back to some of the things you're kind of seeing? The burning of what you're saying, is that kind of more than I guess maybe pro-Israel?
Correct. It would be more of a pro-American protest rather than a pro-Israel protest. Yeah, dude, I don't like I said, I don't like the amount of anti-American hatred I've heard. They chanted death to America. They burned the American flag. They replaced the American flag with a foreign entity. That also happened at the University of Chicago's campus. They removed the American flag, replaced a Palestinian flag, and the university had to cut the string to the flagpole so nobody could put any flag up there. And I think it's disgraceful that in America you can't put up an American flag at an American university.
You obviously drove here today. There's going to be a lot of events throughout the week. Is this something you're planning to do throughout the week, or just kind of today at this press conference?
This is something I plan on attending in the future also.
Okay. Kind of throughout the week?
Correct.
Okay. And I see the Army had a just supporter, or are you involved in any way in the military or anything?
I served in the United States Army. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Great. Can I just ask what years or what, any, I guess, when you served?
U.S. Army National Guard, 2013 to current.
Awesome. All right, man. And can I just get, you said you're from Plano?
Correct.
Okay, great. And can I get your age?
29.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can you spell your name on camera? Can you spell your name on camera?
Yes. Sean, S-H-A-W-N, Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L. What's that? Plano, Illinois.
Yeah, of course. You want to move the outskirts a little bit? Where's that?
our own. Where we come from, soil is sacred, not a purchase. The less we want from more, the freer we get. I pledge allegiance to the sun's warm hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Release my griefs to the water and the sand. You heal us, you always provide. Is there like an EQ on it? Can you broaden it a little? Can we spread the harvest around? Can we turn the lights way down? No machines dig our hands and the ground slow down. There's always enough to go around. The great, great sure knew how. No machines dig our hands in the ground. Teach me how to love you better. Can you put a little paper? Teach me. Do the next one, Tish. How to love you See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu, it's a man. We go missing by the hundreds, ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. Never loves us, Oscar doesn't, ain't nobody checking for us. Is there like, it sounds like it's like cupping. Kill our sons with lynching. Don't understand, but what they put her body in a jar and forget her. They love how it repeats. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They make her hate her own skin, treat her like a sin. But what they don't understand. Is the track here? Is the track here?
Now we're yeah, perfect. All right. Sorry, I am rolling. Can I get your name real quick? Javi Velasquez? Yeah. Now, Javi, oh, okay. Well, then you'll be like, yeah. Trying to go to our local Congress, and that would have increased
I'm only asking $5 or whatever you feel like throwing.
Today's events, I just want to keep your try and talk to as many folks as I can. Too hectic just to get there. Okay. Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
More of your vibe. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I did a few songs for that.
Check, check, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2. Check, 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 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Hello, 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 check, check, 1, 2. Check, 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 1, 2. Sorry? It's coming through. Yeah.
How did I miss that?
Probably like stay right until they're about to arrest him and bound.
Ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. The camera loves us, Oscar doesn't. Ain't nobody checking for us, they want us in the kitchen. Kill our sons with lynchings. We get loud about it, oh now we're the bitches. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They put her body in a jar and forget her. They love how we repeat. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They make her hate her own skin, treat her like a sin. But what they don't understand, see what they don't understand, yeah, what they don't understand.
Yeah, do you want to actually just roll the heavy stuff?
Okay, cool.
Oh, you're done? Okay. Hi, Dave. Dave. Yes. Today? Yeah, we were just talking to some of the folks who are on here today. So I don't think
I can get him on video for your
could live in. We may call it home, but it isn't. Living a life full of hate. Don't you talk about forgiving. Quicksand on the beach. You say you got children playing by the sea. The language different, so they gone now. Always wishing it was me. Late nights in the trunk, eating away in my soul. Feeling guilty that I'm not there. Mama, I wanna go home. 4G hours on a drop top. We ain't got nowhere to go. IDs at the checkpoints, just so we know we belong. Come take a trip to Jerusalem. You ain't see the people they moving on. Reason they hate me, cause I'm always true with them. This shit got nothing to do with them. Used to have so many friends, now I'm losing them. I don't really give a fuck, cause I'm through with them. I'm messing real ones that gave me the tools to success. Better believe it, I'm using them. Damn, yeah, this is all part of the plan. Gotta get rich and get back to the people who never gave up on staying in the land, yeah. Money is nothing to me, I just realize in my community, they bombing our cities and then they be saying it's all for security, Ce qui se passe quand je m'en bague, j'entends rien. C'est dans mon monde, mais c'est là que je me sens bien. Un seul endroit où je veux être, c'est Gaza. Je l'ai vu de loin, elle m'a dit reviens. Girl, I love a little crazy. Pick you up in a Mercedes. I wanna take you to Jericho. Parents worry about it daily. Come take a trip to my city. The bullets be flying all over the place. But you say just as long as you with me. Already know that somebody gon' kill me. Don't listen to me, even tell me your stories. Just take it directly from me. More than a century since we've been free. Just come to my city and see for yourself how they did it. 2020 with a vision. We gon' get it together. Don't really give a fuck if you Muslim or Christian. No time for division. My people in Gaza, y'all feeling Janine. My people in Melbourne, stay for what I need. People in Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon. We got your back and we know how it feel. La sécurité, mais je sais que je reviendrai. J'pose dans ma chaîne, ça m'a rien rapporté. Je sais que je suis capable, faut juste me pousser. Là pour le coup, c'est maintenant ou jamais. Politicians who steal from their people and don't represent in my city. Fight for all business and anti-Semitic. You think after being a person forget it, yeah.
but you start to think about like the real beginning of
Nachum, N-A-C-H-U-M, Yehuda, Y-E-H-U-D-A.
And where are you from?
Originally, I came here from Palestine. I lived in Palestine.
Do you live in Chicago, Illinois, right now?
And now I'm living in, yes, I'm living in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, okay. And are you here with a group today, or?
Yeah, we're a group called Neturei Karta International. We are a rabbinic activist group which voices the opinion of Jews worldwide who oppose, for religious reasons, the state of the Zionists, the state of Israel, the existence of the state, and we deplore the persecution that the Zionists have been committing towards the Palestinian indigenous people for the last 100 years.
Is this something you do often traveling to these, or
The group is active worldwide. We're active in Palestine, albeit over there, because of the totalitarian style of government, the voice is squelched. But outside, but there is a lot of activism, and many people who sit in jail are subject to night raids, etc. Under the Zionist regime, who try to show their solidarity with the Palestinians. And worldwide, if you'll go to look on the website nkusa.org, or on Facebook, Neturei Karta 2021, I think it is, you will see the activist movement worldwide in many states in the United States, in England, Canada, we made many trips to Arabic lands and voiced our opinions over there in the Muslim countries, Malaysia, Turkey, Iran. They've been to Gaza a few times. So this is a political movement which is quite active, very active.
What's your name?
Nachum Yehuda.
How do I spell it?
N-A-C-H-U-M-Y-E-H-U-D-A.
Is there something specific, that you're here today? Is it to call out the Democrats? Is it here to, what specifically are you calling for today?
We specifically want to thank the Democrats for their sincere interest to try to help the Jewish people, but it's led understanding that support of the Zionist state, of the state of Israel, is supporting Jewish people. In actuality, it is to the detriment of the Jewish people to support the Zionist state. And if they wish to support the state, the Jewish people, the correct, and to help the Jewish people, the way to help them is to find a peaceful dissolve the state, which is the Zionist state, which is the root cause of the conflict in Palestine, which has been the root cause, not just since October 7th, since the 1920s, when the Zionists began to make their intrusions in Palestine. They've been the root cause of the conflict, and that's the only solution that it will bring a permanent peace to the region and to the world, because it doesn't only affect the Jewish people there and the Jewish people worldwide negatively, very, very negatively, and it affects the rest of the world very, very negatively. The conflict brings a tremendous negative repercussions to the world, and certainly to the Palestinian people there and worldwide. And so therefore, the help to help Jewish people would be, as I said, it's not a two-state solution, it's not a one-state solution, not a two-state solution, it's the restoration of Palestine to its indigenous populace with justified financial restitution, and we will once again see with the peace that was once between Jewish people and the Muslim and the Islamic and the Muslim people, where there was no conflict of religious conflict, and there isn't today any religious conflict, and we live side by side in Palestine for hundreds of years.
Free Palestine!
And we'll see once again that peace that we enjoyed once more, and the rest of the world will benefit from it too.
Real quickly, please, folks, if you are a speaker, we need to do a check-in with the stage managers. Please come behind the stage in the green fenced area to do a check-in with the stage managers.
Most of Jewish people,
if you are a speaker. Thank you all.
Might oppose what I'm saying is because of a fear-mongering tactic that the Zionists use to redefine the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis from being a political conflict to being a religious conflict. That the Zionist narrative is that it's a religious conflict, and they say to the Jewish people that it's another Hitler, another Holocaust that's going to come upon you that they wish to perpetuate, God forbid. And in reality, and that strikes a panic into every Jewish heart, which is so sensitive to that matter. And therefore it galvanized the Jewish people under erroneous pretenses to support the state of Israel and to view anybody who opposes or stands in opposition to them as self-hating Jews, a Jew who does that, as a self-hating Jew, as a disloyal to the Jewish people, a traitor. But if they would stand back and study this subject from its outset and throughout, and to see the truth of how the Zionist movement and the state of Israel has nothing to do with Judaism. Zionism is a political nationalism. Judaism is a religion, which is subservience and a belief in God, and nothing else. Is not a trace of political nationalism in Judaism. And Zionism is cruel. Judaism is kind. Zionism is godless. Judaism is godly. And realize that the Zionist movement and their state is to the greatest detriment for themselves, to the Jewish people, for themselves, for their own Jewish identity, and for their own Jewish well-being, their own personal safety and well-being, because they are the ones, the Zionists are the ones which are fomenting the conflict. And therefore, they could stand back and reanalyze and see the truth, of course, you'd have to try to dig deep under a mountain of misinformation that is perpetuated by the Zionists, decades of propaganda. Go to the website nkusa.org and read a little bit about it. And then don't have to rely on what's written over there. Go back to the sources and read where those sources are and see how the body of the Jewish people, led by the rabbinic authority, opposed the Zionists and the creation of their state from its nascence. The Zionism was from its nascence in the late 1800s, and then later when they had their ambitions to create a state, had the body of the Jewish people vehemently battled against them. And tragically, over the decades, confusion has set in by misinformation, misleading, and as I said before, tactics of fear-mongering, fear tactics, which makes it impossible for a person to think clearly. It makes it impossible. A person, someone wakes you up in the middle of the night and screams fire. You don't start looking in your manual to think, what should I do with the fire? You start running and scrambling, even it might be contrary logic. You can't think at that moment. And that's what's going on. And if they could stop and believing the fear-mongering of the Zionists, first of all, and to realize that it's not a religious conflict, it's a political conflict. And the Zionists are not good for you, for the Jewish people. They're bad for the Jewish people. They are the ruination of the Jewish people, both from a religious perspective and from a safety perspective. Then I think they will reevaluate and will automatically desist to support and join the galvanization, join the masses of people which are befuddled by that confusion to support the Zionist state and Zionism.
Do you intend to vote in November? And if you do you have any idea who you would vote for?
Jewish people, and then specifically NK, Neturei Karta International, are not political. We're not a political entity. We're not political activists. We're here to voice the Jewish view, the Jewish religion. So I don't get into political. That's more of a political question. If it's okay, I could sidestep the question.
Where are you from?
I'm from Indiana. There are some people here from New York, have traveled as far as New York.
חושב שאמור לצאת. לא. הם מפחדים. כן? בגלל הביטחון? תגיד, אתה היית אתמול בפיגוע? זה? היא אומרת שכן.
afternoon, everyone. This is now my 9th trip to the region since October 7th. And President Biden asked me to come back on this trip with two main goals in mind. The first is to reaffirm the commitment of the United States to Israel's security. That's a commitment that we put into practice virtually every day since October 7th, including when Israel was attacked directly by Iran back in April. In recent weeks, given the heightened tensions, we have deployed additional assets to the region. The purpose of the deployment of these assets is not to provoke aggression, but rather to deter it, to make sure that it doesn't happen. But also to make clear that if it does, we are fully prepared to defend Israel. We've coupled this effort with an intense diplomatic campaign, virtually a global diplomatic campaign, working with countries around the world to send the message strongly to every concerned party not to take any steps that would escalate tensions, that would risk provoking a wider conflict. And this, too, has been something we've been working on from day one, since October 7th. It's been one of our primary objectives, to prevent the conflict from escalating, from spreading in other places. And so this coupling of our military commitments, our security commitments, with an intense diplomatic campaign is something that I'm pursuing on this trip, again, with the intent of making sure that we deter further conflict, but that we're also clearly prepared to defend against it if it comes. But what's most crucial now is that everyone refrain from taking any actions that could fuel further conflict, escalate tensions, and result in the spreading of violence and conflict. Second purpose was to further the intense efforts we're engaged in across our government to bring an agreement for a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages across the finish line. That is the single best way, obviously, to get hostages home, to get an enduring ceasefire that also reflects Israel's security interests, to relieve the terrible daily suffering of Gazans, men, women, and children, desperate for food to eat, for shelter, and for staying out of harm's way. Back in May, President Biden put before the world a detailed proposed agreement on a ceasefire and the release of hostages. And the entire world rallied behind it. Country after country came out in support of that agreement. The United Nations Security Council voted 14-0 in support of the agreement, and the heart of it is incorporated into a UN Security Council resolution. Just last week, the President put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the President put out there a couple of months ago. In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal, that he supports it. It's now incumbent on Hamas to do the same. And then the parties, with the help of the mediators, the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, have to come together and complete the process of reaching clear understandings about how they'll implement the commitments that they've made under this agreement. But the next important step is for Hamas to say yes, and then in the coming days for all of the expert negotiators to get together to work on clear understandings on implementing the agreement. These are still complex issues, and they're going to require hard decisions by the leaders. Ultimately, it comes down to those decisions, but there is, I think, a real sense of urgency here, across the region, on the need to get this over the finish line and to do it as soon as possible. The United States is deeply committed to getting this job done, to getting it done now. From here, I'm going on to Egypt and Qatar. And these are our two critical partners in this effort to get the ceasefire agreement over the finish line, to get the hostages home, to put everyone on a better path to lasting peace and security. And so I look forward to consulting with President Sisi, with the Emir, Sheikh Tamim, with other critical colleagues in both countries on the immediate steps ahead, and in particular, what needs to be done to ensure that Hamas comes along, agrees to the bridging proposal, and that everyone then works on finalizing a clear understanding of their commitments to implement the agreement. That's where we are, and again, I just say that for us, for President Biden, there's a deep sense of urgency in getting this done. And I also hear that throughout this country as well as throughout the region. It's the single best way not only to get the hostages home, to ease the suffering of people in Gaza, it's also the best way to make sure that conflict doesn't spread, that we don't see escalation, that we can actually diffuse some of the pressure points that we see throughout the region, and then open prospects for trying to build a more enduring peace and security for everyone throughout the Middle East. Happy to take some questions.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Just a few questions with the new information that you've just given us about Prime Minister Netanyahu accepting the bridging proposal. I just want to be very clear. There has been a long-standing disagreement between Hamas and Israel about permanent ceasefire versus temporary ceasefire. Could you confirm if Prime Minister has accepted the permanent ceasefire, which was what Hamas wanted? Did the Prime Minister assure you that Israel is not going to add further demands to the current framework in the coming days? And are you more hopeful now after having this meeting with him? And one final thing, in your comments this morning, you said you referred to this latest round of talks may be the last opportunity for a deal. Why did you say that now? Does that mean if this one fails, the United States is going to give up on the ceasefire talks? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first, to take the last part of the question first, no, we're never giving up. But what we know is this: with every passing day that there's not an agreement, two things can happen. One is, of course, more hostages can perish, and second, intervening events come along that may make things even more difficult, if not impossible, and we've experienced that throughout this process. So there's the fierce urgency of now. That's what I think we're all feeling, and we do see this as the best opportunity to finally get this over the finish line. We'll never give up on it, but the challenge is, the longer this goes on, the more, again, hostages will suffer and possibly perish, and the more other things happen that could make things impossible. So that's why we're so intensely focused on getting this done and getting it done now. On the first part of the question, the bridging proposal that Prime Minister Netanyahu has accepted, and we look to Hamas to accept, reflects what is in the ceasefire agreement that President Biden put before the world back in May. That's incorporated into a UN Security Council resolution, and that makes clear that this process will proceed in phases. A first initial ceasefire over the course of 6 weeks, in which hostages are released, prisoners are exchanged, and negotiations commence on the conditions necessary for an enduring ceasefire. That's what the deal says. That's what's reflected in what was put before the world, and the world endorsed, the Security Council endorsed, and the bridging proposal was to try to close some gaps or to clarify different parts of this agreement that needed clarification. Now, what the challenge is, besides Hamas agreeing to the bridging proposal, is to ensure that there are clear understandings on how the different parties are going to make good on their commitments, how they're actually going to implement this agreement. And that's what is so necessary, and I don't want to at all minimize the challenge. These are complex issues, but that's also why we have expert negotiators who are working on this. I should have mentioned as well, Prime Minister Netanyahu committed to sending his senior expert team back to either Doha or to Egypt to try to complete this process. But we look to Hamas, first and foremost, to get behind the bridging proposal, and then to join everyone in trying to get a clear understanding on how the commitments will be implemented.
Channel 12.
Thank you.
Secretary Blinken, thank you. Let's talk about Hamas. You've just mentioned them. So you've put the final proposal in Doha on Friday. Israel has accepted this, Hamas has declined. Is there a real way to move forward? What is your message to Hamas? And if I may ask you, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he insists on an Israeli presence on the Philadelphia corridor. Is it an obstacle to reach an agreement? And what have you told him when you have, both of you met earlier today? Thank you.
So what I would say to Hamas and to its leadership is, if it genuinely cares about the Palestinian people that it purports to somehow represent, then it will say yes to this agreement, and it will work on clear understandings about how to implement it. Because the single, quickest, best, most effective way to relieve the terrible suffering of the Palestinians that was instigated by Hamas's attack on October 7th and the war that ensued is to complete this agreement. So that's really the question. Is Hamas, is its leadership actually looking out for Palestinian children, women, and men who are suffering at this very moment in Gaza? And if it is, it will agree. And then we'll work on making sure that there's clarity on all sides about how the agreement will be implemented, how they're going to make good on their commitments. Because not everything is spelled out in detail in the agreement. And I can't comment on specific issues that remain. But as I said, there are questions of implementation and making sure that it's clearly understood what each side will do to carry out its commitments. That's the next step, assuming Hamas agrees to the bridging proposal.
Jenny, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Following up on my colleague's question, yes or no, have you gotten any indications from Hamas since the talks wrapped last week that they recognize the urgency of the deal on the table and that this could be the last chance? And in your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, did you raise the escalating settler violence that we're seeing in the West Bank? The EU has suggested they would be open to sanctioning sitting Israeli officials. Is the U.S. open to doing the same? And then if I may, I'd be remiss not to talk about the humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza. I know you say a ceasefire is the best way to bring that to an end, but in the time that the war and the negotiations have been going on, officials in the Gaza Strip say 40,000 people have died. Polio has now reemerged. It's been gone for over 2 decades. What is the U.S. prepared to do to ensure that the humanitarian situation is alleviated in the time that the negotiations are still going on?
So let me take the last part first, because I spent some time today on, as I always do, on the humanitarian situation, both specifically, for example, about polio, because we very much share the concern about the possibility of its reemergence, and we've been working on a detailed plan to make sure that those who need to be vaccinated against it can get vaccinated, and we're working with the Israeli government on that, and I believe that we'll be able to move forward with a plan to do that in the coming weeks. It is urgent, it is vital. More broadly, there are very, very important issues that continue to need to be resolved in order for people to get the assistance they desperately need, whether it's food, whether it's medicine, whether it's appropriate shelter, whether it's dealing with things like treating the sewage that's accumulated throughout Gaza and that promotes an acute, that presents an acute health hazard. That's an incubator for disease. All of that was very much on my agenda today. I had a detailed discussion with the defense minister, with the head of the military on steps that need to be taken, must be taken, to continue to try to improve the situation for Palestinians in Gaza. Now again, the quickest way to do that in the most robust way possible would be through the ceasefire, because that opens up much more space to surge assistance into people and then to build something that's genuinely sustainable. But even in the absence of a ceasefire, this is an absolute imperative. In terms of what we've heard from Hamas, so obviously we don't hear directly from Hamas, but both Egypt and Qatar are in contact with Hamas. And look, I don't want to go beyond anything we've already said, except to say that tomorrow, when I see the leaders of both Egypt and Qatar, I'll get the latest from them on what they are hearing. And I can't, speculate on exactly what Hamas's intentions are. We've seen public statements, but we've seen public statements before where that don't fully reflect where Hamas is. As I said, the critical next step is for Hamas to accept the bridging proposal that Israel or Prime Minister Netanyahu has now accepted, and then to engage with everyone else on making sure that we have clear understandings of how each party would actually implement the commitments that it's undertaken in this agreement. So probably more tomorrow after we talk to our friends in Egypt and Qatar. And I'm sorry, there was a third part to the question.
Violence, did this come up in your meeting?
Yes, it did. It did, and this has been also something that's been a deep and ongoing concern for us. Violence, intimidation as well of the Palestinian community in the West Bank. There was an incident, as you know, just a few days ago that I think has galvanized attention from the Israeli government, and that is critical. And we look to see action taken to prevent this kind of violence, action taken to hold people who are responsible for it accountable. And we're looking to the government to take the necessary steps to stop the violence and to make sure that there is real deterrence in place so that it doesn't happen again.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of the road in Union Park. Well, there you go. That's the demonstration, the pro-Palestinian demonstration. We were told to expect tens of thousands. I would put it something less than that. There are certainly several thousand people here present in a designated area in Chicago. They are going to be allowed, with police agreement, to air their view in a march, something like a mile across the city. That's been part of an ongoing negotiation with the city, clearly concerned about the prospect of trouble. They've seen it before. In 1968, there was a Democratic convention and there were street protests about Vietnam at that time, and that had a knock-on effect, actually, for the Democratic Party of its day. The party at large clearly isn't keen on those kind of scenes, because of what it would bring to Chicago itself, but what it would bring to the Democratic Party would be a highlighting of a very thorny issue at a time when they are engaged in the hard sell of this new ticket, the Harris-Walz ticket. The hard politics are uncomfortable on a number of levels for the Democratic Party, most pointedly for many, the issue of the Middle East. You look at states like Michigan and so on, where there are groups, abandon Biden, Democratic voters who have turned their back on Joe Biden. Part of the reason why he is where he is right now, that sentiment still exists within the Democratic Party in places like Michigan, amongst Arab Americans, and that's something that Kamala Harris will have to deal with in time. Let's try and grab a chat with some of the people who are here very quickly. Hi, sir, how are you doing? We're from Sky News. We're live at the moment. Just very briefly, tell me, what's your message in coming here today? End U.S. aid to Israel, your poster reads.
Of course. I mean, I think the poster says everything. End U.S. aid to Israel. Palestine lives matter. And we're here today to show our support for Palestinians.
And there is a change in the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris is the presidential nominee. Does that change your view?
I think it's about centering the lives that are at stake right now. It doesn't matter what party is in power in the U.S. It's about making sure that Palestinian lives are protected and we end the suffering and genocide.
And quickly, do you think she will do that more than Joe Biden has, to your satisfaction?
That's a good question, and the answer is I don't know, and I don't think anyone knows except her.
All right. Thanks very much indeed for your time. So we'll be showing you more of this demonstration as the day goes on, Mark. Several thousand that way, rather less I'd say something like 40, 50 pro-Israel supporters over there. So a busy day in Chicago. Much talk about the potential for trouble, but I have to say, no trouble or no sign of it yet.
Okay, James, thank you very much.
Free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Once again, I need all of our speakers to come by the blue tent. And if you do not have a sign and you would like a sign, find the USPCN banner up here. We have a bunch of signs for you all. We'll get started soon. Thank you so much.
أنا جاي لكم من مصر جوايا حلم كبير جدا، لأن في الحقيقة بقالي مدة طويلة ما بحلمش. فقدت الأمل في الحلم. حلمت كتير زيكم كلكم إنه يبقى في يوم من الأيام في وحدة وطنية. وحلمت كتير زيكم كلكم إن في يوم من الأيام يبقى في وحدة عربية سياسية.
صلينا وبالدم الأرض روينا، الوعد بإيدينا حضننا الفجر بعينينا، دعينا الله وصلينا وبالدم الأرض روينا، وبالروح الوطن بدينا تا نبقى دوما أحرار. كلنا همي مع إصرار، ثوارنا احنا أحرار، كلنا همي مع إصرار. جيش الأعادي
Chicago draws the line. Chicago draws the line. We stand up for Palestine. We stand up for Palestine. Chicago draws the line. We stand up for Palestine. Welcome everyone. My name is Nazik Singhari and I am co-chair of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network Chicago and co-chair of the Coalition to March on the DNC. On behalf of the coalition, I'm honored to welcome you to Chicago today. Chicago, the largest city with a ceasefire resolution, a progressive mayor, Brandon Johnson, that identified the acts of Israel as genocidal, and the city that has organized almost 50 mass protests as the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, where we shut down roads, highways, and Lakeshore Drive over the last 10 months. The Coalition to March on the DNC is a beautiful and broad coalition of more than 250 organizations representing the immigrant rights struggle, black liberation, labor, reproductive and LGBTQIA+ justice movement that are all standing with Palestine and demanding an end to all U.S. aid to the settler colonial racist state of Israel. We won our long fight with the city to be within sight and sound of that convention, and we know that there is nothing to celebrate in that meeting. That meeting represents genocide and war. And we will be marching in our tens of thousands to make our demands clear that the Democrats must immediately end the U.S.-funded Israeli genocide on the Palestinian people. to the racist, settler colonial terrorist state of Israel. And we will continue to march and show up and show out until we have made all of our demands clear and until we have ended the genocide and achieved total and complete liberation of Palestine and all colonized Arab lands. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Thank you. Help me welcome up my co-MC, Sara Mahmoud. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. My name is Sara Mahmoud, and I'm a proud member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We're out here today as we witness the criminal genocide in Gaza continue on for over 300 days. Say shame, shame. A genocide executed by the criminal Zionist government with the full diplomatic cover and financial support from the U.S. imperialist government. Say shame, shame, shame. While public education is under attack, while basic reproductive health care is under attack, while both the Republicans and Democrats clearly serve empire and monopoly capitalist interests, we're out here today from all across this country to make it clear that we say genocide is not welcome here. We make it clear that we will not be casting any ballots for anybody who oversees the genocide, the indiscriminate murder of Palestinian children, families, and futures. We know Palestine will be liberated in our lifetime, and it's because Palestine is a struggle for justice for all people. It's a struggle that connects all of our shared oppression towards our shared liberation. And I'm excited and eager to be out here with you today from Jacksonville, Florida. Let me hear it for all of us out here today. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. One quick announcement, please. The live stream is only available on YouTube, so please go to the YouTube to access the live stream. Our next speaker, Kobe Guillory, is a middle school science teacher in Chicago who grew up in Johannesburg, South Africa. He has been organizing with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since 2019 and with the Chicago Teachers Union since 2022.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Kobe Guillory. I am one of the co-chairs of the Coalition to March on the DNC. And it is amazing to see so many people from so many different communities out here all saying, not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. All throughout this week, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, Baby Killer Blinken, and hundreds of other war criminals are here in Chicago to celebrate themselves. So I want to ask y'all, after more than 300 days of genocide, what is there to celebrate? Did they fund housing? Did they fund healthcare? Did they fund education? Did they stop the police from killing black people? Have they defended people's rights from right-wing attacks? No. What they've done instead is fund one of the most horrific crimes against humanity that we've ever seen. Everybody say that ain't right. Now, the leading Democrats say a lot of nice words about the communities who helped them get elected. But they prove through their actions that they serve the same corporate interests as the Republicans. So that leaves us with only one option. When Palestine is under attack, what do? When black lives are under attack, what do? When people's rights are under attack, what do? Yo, we have to fight. We have to fight for a better world, because these politicians will never, ever give us anything out of the goodness of their hearts. And that's why we have over 270 organizations united in this coalition and ready to fight every day until we destroy this genocidal system. We are here today. We're going to fight to end all USA to Israel. We're going to fight for a people's agenda. And you're going to hear from some of the organizations that are members of this coalition about the work that they do in their communities and how that connects to the Palestinian liberation struggle. Now, those war criminals at the United Center, they think that having bombs and having a row of police makes them powerful. But the power is the thousands of people that are represented right now. So I want to end with one chant. I want y'all to repeat after me. The people united will never be defeated. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. All right, y'all, let's keep fighting. We're going to win.
Give it up for Kobe, y'all. If we can have folks, if you're out in the back, move forward. Let's get as close to the stage as possible. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Give it up one more time for Kobe. We're going to hear from another amazing Chicago organizer. Nasreen Hassan is a national leader of the United States Palestinian Community Network, USPCN. Yeah, let me hear it. And she is the former co-chair, she was the former member of the Art of American Action Network in Chicago for 6 years. She's been leading as a youth organizer and has an MA in social work from the University of Illinois, Chicago, Jane Addams School of Social Work. Give it up for Nasreen.
Hey, Dems, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Hello, everyone. My name is Nasreen. I am a proud Palestinian and an organizer with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. I am honored to be speaking here at this march in a town that's a union town, a town that's an anti-war town, a town home to the largest Palestinian population in the U.S. That town is Chicago. It's Chi-Town. And I just want to say, even though us as Palestinians, we have been grieving for the past 10 months, We have never been more proud to be Palestinian. We are here from all our coalition movements: labor, immigrant rights, LGBTQIA, reproductive rights, education, fighting against police crimes, disability rights, and most in the center, the Palestine anti-war movement. The Palestinians of Gaza are trying to survive a genocide, and the administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest her support for the genocide. For months, we have seen horrific photos and videos coming out of Gaza from elders in wheelchairs being displaced for the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists for calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 60-year-old with the El-Fayoum over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today, shame. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel in addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, gleefully carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. And we will continue to resist occupation and colonialism. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever.
of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. NARPR fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of the police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading Black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books, his memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, Pages from the Life of a Black Prisoner and Organizer, and Marxist-Leninist Perspectives on Black Liberation and Socialism.
All power to the people. I said, all power to the people. Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this, a moment so packed with the horrors of genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. Yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, did Netanyahu just address a joint session of Congress? An international war criminal just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. And we are clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. End the occupation now. End the occupation now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Awesome, y'all. We're going to hear from another phenomenal speaker. Give it up for Andrew Joshevchak, who is one of the founding members of the Anti-War Action Network, which has led multiple national days of action in solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free Palestine!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. And the Democratic Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapons sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, I've been frequently asked, and I assume many of you have been too, why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and who will end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against genocide should not be treated like a fringe issue. And we are going to make sure it is not treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know who, regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. We need an end to U.S. aid to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us, and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Awesome, y'all. We're about to hear from one of my personal favorite artists, poet and R&B singer Jamila Woods. Was born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills. In 2012, she published her first chapbook, The Truth About Dolls, which includes a Pushcart Prize-nominated poem about Frida Kahlo. As a singer and songwriter, she has produced hip-hop and neo soul music, releasing her debut album, Heaven, in 2016. Go listen to it. Raised in her church choir, Jamila's musical aesthetic involves choral layering in addition to the hip-hop tradition of sampling and illusions. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
Black is like the magic's like a spell. My brothers went to heaven. The police going to, yeah, they're going to. Hello, operator, emergency hotline. If I say that I can't breathe, Will I become a chalk? Line up to see the movie. Line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their. Ask me no more questions. Tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting is stealing babies' lives. I'm very black. Can't send me back. You take my brother. I fight back. I'm very black. I made a pact. You take my brother. I fight back. And that is all I know. Thank you, Chicago. How y'all feeling? Are there any introverts at the protest today? Congratulations, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna share a couple more songs with you all. This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. I think a lot about the olive trees in Palestine and the ways that indigenous wisdom teaches us how to relate to the land. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know. And this song is about opening up to those lessons that the earth is ready to teach us. Teach me how to love you better. Am I in love or am I just feeding? I stick out my hands to the earth, mouthful still wanting. Am I in love or have I been greedy? I make my demands to the dirt, but what am I giving? Teach me how to love you better. Teach me how to love you better. My great titties in their cornrows, watered with land they'd never owned. Where we come from, soil is sacred, not a paycheck. The less we want for more, the freer we get. I pledge allegiance to the sun's warm hand, relieve my grief to the water and the sand. You heal us, you always provide. I take for granted how you keep us alive. Now can we slow down? Can we spread the harvest around? Can we turn the lights way down? No machines dig our hands in the ground. Slow down. There's always enough to go around. The great sure knew how. No machines dig our hands in the ground. Teach me how to love you better. song. Thank you so much. This next song is inspired by a black woman named Rakia Boyd, who was killed by an off-duty police officer named Dante Servin in Douglas Park. She was just my age. She would have been my age today. And it's inspired by the black women organizers who organized the way we are doing today to speak truth to power. And this song is called Black Girl Soldier. See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu a Tubman. We gon' miss him by the hundreds. Ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. The camera loves us, Oscar doesn't. Ain't nobody checking for us. They want us in the kitchen, kill our sons with lynchings. We get loud about it. Oh, now we're the bitches. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They put a body in a garden, forget her. They love how it repeats. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They make her hate her own skin, treat her like a sin. But what they don't understand, see what they don't understand. Yeah, what they don't understand, see what they don't understand is she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu a Tubman. And G don't give up. Yeah, she don't give up. She don't give up. Nah, she don't give up. Rosa was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Ella was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Audrey was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Angela is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Sojourner was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Asasa is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Rosa was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Asasa is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu a Tubman. But what they don't understand, say what they don't understand. Yeah, what they don't understand, see what they don't understand is she don't give up. Yeah, she don't give up. She don't give up. Nah, she don't give up. Chicago, repeat after me. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Thank you so much.
Let's give it up for Jamila Woods once more. I have a sad announcement to share in the Chicagoland community. Anthony Gay, who was wrongfully imprisoned and spent 22 years in solitary confinement, died 2 days ago in the hospital due to medical neglect at the hands of the federal prison system. Shame. He was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and I would like to take a moment of silence so that we can remember Anthony. we can use this time to reflect and remember that the same systems that are killing our people in Gaza are torturing and killing black people in Chicago, in the U.S. These are the same systems. Chicago is the police torture capital of the world. Anthony Gay was failed by this system, and we carry Anthony Gay's spirit with us as we march on the DNC today, and we join the Alliance's call to free all wrongfully convicted torture survivors from prison immediately. And when I say free them all, you say free them now. Free them all. Free them all. Free them all. Free them all. Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome up our next speaker. Muhammad is an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, a transnational grassroots movement of young Palestinians in Palestine and in exile who strive to ensure a better future for themselves and subsequent generations.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Chicago, I can't hear you. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Our streets. Not theirs, ours. We have for generations walked and suffered as we built these streets with our own hands, while the ruling class overlooked us from their ivory towers and flew over us in their private jets, and yet they claim that they exist amongst us. Shame! In 1968, we gathered in these very streets to protest the illegal war on Vietnam that sacrificed our children of the working class and plummeted the citizens of this country into a depression. And the city responded not by listening, but by their usual way of systemic oppression and brutality, in hopes of quelling the movement. Shame. 50 years later, we find ourselves walking those same steps in history, with Gaza being the most recent target of U.S. imperialism at the suffering of their own people. And it has responded in the same way: systemic oppression and brutality. But what the ruling class has yet to understand for the last 5 decades is that no amount of brutality will ever quell the movement. Their violences has only increased our will for justice, our will for freedom, and our steadfastness. Best believe we are not here by our own will, but because the Democratic Party has forced us to be here, because they continuously play performative politics and utter the word ceasefire while they send checks to Israel. Who are they trying to fool? We are here to demand better. We know that it was our movement that made Joe Biden so unpopular that he had to step down. And we know and have known for 10 months, the power of the movement. And that is why we continuously mobilize by the millions and the millions and have not lost any energy along the way. So what makes them think we will stop now? We won't stop, that is right. to the current administration and to Kamala Harris, we are done with your words and platitudes. We demand action. We demand an end to Israel's war in Gaza, and we demand a total arms embargo. $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Imagine what you can do with $3.5 billion within your own communities. That amount of money has just this week been awarded to Israel by our so-called democratic administration. This comes at a time where 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The leading cause of bankruptcy is medical debt, and test scores across American schools are at its lowest. And even here in Chicago, 200,000 residents of marginalized communities are at threat of gentrification and displacement. And do you know how our representatives responded to these problems? Well, you guys know the answer. With more funding to a foreign nation, the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, as it commits the worst genocide of this century. Over 100,000 estimated killed, including my very own baby cousins, Nuran Allah, only 12 years old, and Rozan Allah, only 10 years old, were found in pieces by their families. Imagine that. And just to wrap up, in our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians. This is not merely a slogan of solidarity. It is the reality of our intertwined interests. My brothers and sisters, let us be the generation of change. Let us be the generation of liberation. Free Palestine.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Abla Abdelkader, and I am a student organizer, and I'm currently residing as the SJP Chicago co-chair. I love you too. Okay. In what seems like an overnight shift, the city of Chicago has been transformed into what resembles a police state. The city has issued road closures within the perimeter of the DNC. They have deployed 2,500 police officers and even sent the National Guard out here to protect these genocidal profiteers. Chicago communities do not need increased policing. We need our welfare systems funded. We need our schools to stop shutting down. We need access to quality health care, and we need an end to this damn genocide. I witnessed firsthand during my time at the U Chicago encampment the effort to stifle our voices and repress our movement. The student encampments curated a space of education, community support, and beautiful solidarity. Day in and day out, on multiple encampment grounds, student, faculty, and community members came through for each other in unprecedented ways. However, we see the crooks, like the Biden administration, criminalizing the students, deploying public and private police force to violently suppress our presence on campuses. Shame! Up until now, students continue to be targeted by both the administration and the police. And currently, U Chicago is housing 500 cops in student dorms. Our people are facing unprecedented homelessness, yet the administrations like U Chicago are more committed to giving cops a place to stay than to meet their students' demands of divestment. Why are we funding Israel and not our students? Why are the students painted as the criminals when our universities are the ones backing a genocide? right. But despite their repressive tactics, we have not stopped. We will no longer accept the status quo. These are not normal times, and we will continue to dissent for immigrant rights, for black liberation, for queer liberation, and for the total and inevitable liberation of all of us. And to our corrupt university, and to the corrupt universities, and to the racist Democrats, the whole world is watching. Repeat after me. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. I'd like to introduce my co-MC, Reverend Jamie from the Soul Organization.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try that one more time. Good afternoon. That's better. Hello, I am Reverend Jamie Fluker. I am a faith organizer with Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, also known as SOUL. And I stand here today as a faith leader called to fight the good fight for justice. And in the words of the freedom-fighting Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm here to tell the Democratic Party that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And to say to them, not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. I'm here to introduce also our next speaker. Javi Velasquez is a unionized worker with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and a Chicano community organizer with La Frontera Nos Cruzo in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. He is the son of a formerly undocumented immigrant and today is representing the National Immigrant Rights Organization, Legalization for All. Let's give him a rousing Chicago welcome.
All power to the people. Let's try that again. All power to the people. It's much better, thank you. I'm Javi, she already introduced me, so I'm not going to go through that spiel, thank you. All right. The Legalization for All network is here in solidarity with the Palestine struggle. Our struggles are not isolated from one another. Both of our peoples live with the scars and constant threat of unfettered imperialism. We immigrants, we children of immigrants, are under attack. There has been a constant shift in our lifetimes, a rightward shift within the Democratic Party and their policies. Rather than lighten the weight of American imperialism that burdens the shoulders of hard-working immigrants, the Democrats, especially under Biden and Harris, have taken up anti-immigrant policy in an attempt to bring in Republican voters. Shame. Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone. With the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar, U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle against the ever-weakening U.S. imperialist project. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matahuala, Mexico a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in the shadow of toxic slab heaps dumped by mining corporations funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed, through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization and exploitation of our people. We demand an end to the Palestinian genocide, and we demand legalization for all and equality for all. If you're interested in joining us, you can follow Legalization for All Network on all social media. And I'll leave you with an oldie but a goldie. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Javi. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Make some noise. I'd like you to make some noise and welcome to the stage Hatem Abudai, who is the Executive Director of the Arab American Action Network and also one of the program coordinators for the Coalition to March on the DNC. Make some noise!
Give it up for the MCs, Abla and Reverend Jamie. Hey, y'all, this is incredible. Look at yourselves. Look at yourselves. 15,000 people that are in the park today right now. 15,000 people representing all of the major issues and communities in this country. Black liberation, immigrant rights, reproductive rights, women's rights, workers' rights, the right to strike. The rank and file workers here, the black community members here, the documented and undocumented immigrants that are here. How powerful this is to be together, all of us. They asked me ad nauseum, what makes a success for a protest like this? And I said, I don't give a shit what happens at the DNC. This is the success already. You've already accomplished it. This is what Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe and Baby Killer Blinken and all the rest of the Democratic Party in there, we're not going to let them get a pass. We don't let Durbin or Schumer or Jeffries or Pelosi or any of the top Democrats get a pass. And this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of all of us. They're afraid of the unity between black and Palestinian people in this country. They're afraid of the unity between Palestinian people and undocumented immigrants in this country. They're afraid of the unity of the working class and the rank and file workers and the Palestinian people in this country. So I want to thank every single one of you for being here. I want to thank you for what you do for us and for our families and for our people in Palestine. And on that vein, we need to thank you some more by putting money in the buckets that are going around. I know you've seen me do these fundraising pitches before. I don't have the time to do the 30-minute one, but I'm asking you to go into your pockets. We got young people all across the park that have buckets. Please drop what you can in the buckets. This is a grassroots effort. I know some of you have already given. I know some of you have seen the website and gone on the link and you've given money. We appreciate it.
but it really is a grassroots effort, and we need all the money that we can to pay for all the expenses. We got another big protest coming up on Thursday, and we're going to need to do that as well. So please, the buckets are going around, continue doing that. And one last thing I want to say, we are winning. It is very difficult to say sometimes when you know that you've buried 40,000 of your beautiful people, but we are winning. The Israelis can't defeat the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, and the Americans and the US and the Europeans cannot beat us in the streets. Thank you very much.
Who is the revolution? Who is the revolution? Who is the Intifada? Who is the Intifada? I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Tariq Khalil, who is an attorney and board member for the Chicago chapter of American Muslims for Palestine. He likes to take on modern Palestinian history and Palestinian rights under international law.
What a crowd! How loud can you be? From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Unbelievable! Kamala Harris, unless you desire freedom and justice and liberation for the Palestinian people, I'm speaking. You, Kamala, and the administration to which you belong have been openly, proudly, and disgustingly complicit in the first live stream genocide in the history of the world. Kamala, while you're speaking, Palestinians are dying. While you're speaking, schools, hospitals, and mosques have been bombed and destroyed. While you're speaking, children, women, journalists, doctors, nurses, students, academics, scientists have been killed while you're speaking, all with our tax dollars and US-made weapons. Shame on you! We are here to tell the DNC, Genocide Joe and Kamala Harris, not in our name. Your hands are covered in the blood of Palestinian children, not in our name. Nowhere in Gaza is safe. So-called safe zones are in fact death zones. On average, about 130 people have been killed every day in Gaza for the last 10 months. You, Biden, you, Kamala, have done nothing. You could have ended this. You could have ended this a long time ago. You could have ended this when Prime Minister Netanyahu promised to operate forcefully everywhere. You could have ended it when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant declared no electricity, no fuel, no water, and called us human animals. You could have ended it when Netanyahu said he would use, quote, unprecedented might. You could have ended it when he made the biblical reference to Amalek, which means Israeli forces go and kill everyone and everything in sight with no distinction. You could have ended it when Likud Minister Avi Dichter said, quote, we are now rolling the Gaza Nakba. The Nakba, or catastrophe, represents the ongoing forcible displacement, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights, and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly committing genocide and ruled again for what it's doing in Gaza. The ICC was about to issue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. That wasn't evidence enough for you to do something. Yet, you did nothing. Well, correction. You did do something. You proposed to give Israel an additional $14.3 billion in military aid and an additional $20 billion in sales on top of the annual $3.8 billion that we give to Israel to continue its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Rather than use the funds to help the schools in inner cities, to help people achieve basic dignity in their own home here in the United States, help them in housing, help them in schools, help them in basic infrastructure, give the American people that money so that we can develop ourselves. But instead, you're using it to destroy an entire civilian population. Shame on you. I know we've heard a lot about Project 2025. Here's our Project 2025. Free, free.
Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with occupation! Down with occupation!
I'd like to introduce Sydney Loving, who has been active in the Black Liberation Movement and the fight against police crime since 2015, leading work in Dallas and nationally. She sits on the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization, a revolutionary organization with a long history of solidarity with Palestine and active in the trade unions, Black and Chicano liberation movements, anti-war organizing, and many other fronts of the people's struggles.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm not going to introduce myself because they already introduced me. I want to get right into it. We're marching today. We're going to march. We're marching today to the site of the DNC, and we're making it clear that we stand with the Palestinian resistance. And inside that convention will be President Biden, Vice President Harris, and all the congresspeople who make this genocide possible. Right. They've been sitting in their cushy offices writing the checks, U.S. dollars, paying for bombs and bullets in prison camps. And none of this is a secret. These are facts. Just this past week, the U.S. announces more weapons to Israel to the tune of $20 billion. And there's no corner of the globe that the U.S. empire is not interested in dominating, and the Middle East is a strategic target. We know this. Apartheid Israel can only exist with the U.S. backing it up, and it all comes down to money. Just think about that. They're destroying lives for money. And we're saying enough is enough. So some people will talk about us out here and say that our commitment to holding the Democrats accountable for the genocide in Gaza is going to help Trump win. Bullshit. When you enable genocide, embrace genocide, or excuse genocide, you lose support. Simple as. If they want us and all the progressive forces to line up behind them and support them, then they have to earn it. So we have a people's agenda here today, demanding money for jobs, schools, healthcare, not a war. And the reason we have to be out here demanding the basic rights that everyday people need to live is because the monopoly capitalists who run this country are getting rich off this system. They're getting rich off the system that forces us into the struggle to change things. Somebody's getting rich off the genocide of Palestine. But this system will not last. We're building a revolutionary movement to take back our power because we want to build something better for everybody. Working class and oppressed people deserve a real future. And Palestinian children deserve a real future, and this rotting system has no future. But history is not over. We can fight and we can win, and we stand with the whole arc of resistance fighting for Palestinian liberation. So when we get in the streets, let them hear us, y'all. Let them hear us.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Here to bring up our next speakers, Mounia Enour, representing the Palestinian Feminist Collective, an organization of Palestinian and Arab women and feminists working towards the liberation of Palestine and beyond. Make some noise!
Hi everyone, how are you doing? I'm Noor and this is Mona, and we are part of the Palestinian Feminist Collective.
Are we fired up for Palestine? I can't hear you. Are we fired up for Palestine? Better. Good afternoon, my friends, brothers and sisters in the struggle. For nearly a year now, we have remained steadfast in our rage and grief as we confront the U.S. war machine. We have screamed in agony as we witnessed the brutal slaughter of Palestinian children, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. We marched, we demanded, we wrote, and we prayed for our people in Palestine only to be met with nothing but empty platitude and contempt from our elected officials. Enough. It has never been clearer that the two-party political system is nothing but a lie perpetuated by the ruling class. The goals of both Democrats and Republicans are the same: to consolidate power and control at the expense of the masses, no matter the cost. A true democracy is meant to reflect the will of the people, not the whims of political elites. These parties do not serve us, so we will not serve them. We are here saying loud and clear that we will not be bullied into submission. We will not be complicit. We will not be silenced. We demand better, and we will not stop protesting until our voices are heard.
any means necessary. We are strengthened by the history of our struggle. Our voices grow louder with each passing day, shouting back to Kamala Harris and the entire DNC, we are the ones who are speaking! We shout for our martyrs and for our righteous cause. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Thank you.
Up next, we have Ashik Siddiq, who is a research analyst at the Institute for Policy Studies, analyzing militarized spending in the U.S. federal budget. He was elected to the Democratic Socialists of America's National Political Committee and is currently co-chair. Make some noise!
Comrades, my name is Ashik Siddiq, and I'm co-chair of Democratic Socialists of America, the largest socialist organization in the United States, and I'm so proud to stand with tens of thousands of you and many more people all over the country in solidarity with the people of Palestine, whose struggle is a symbol of the human will for liberation all over the world. My family is from Bangladesh, which experienced a genocide over 50 years ago that was sponsored by the United States. Just this past month, massive protests led by students in Bangladesh forced a dictator to resign and flee the country. At their moment of victory, alongside the flags of Bangladesh that the students were waving from the Capitol building and on the streets, they were waving flags of Palestine. Because they feel so deeply how these struggles are connected. There are moments like this all over the world where people are rising, forced to rise against unjust systems of oppression that become intolerable, and they learn how to organize in every way possible to defeat those systems and build the alternative. We've seen moments like this in the United States, from Occupy Wall Street to Black Lives Matter to Standing Rock, and for the past year that we've been protesting for Palestine, where millions of people wake up to an intolerable injustice and take to the streets because we cannot tolerate it anymore. And every time we rise up, we learn ways to sustain this energy and build stronger organizations that can outlast these moments of movements. The Democratic National Convention that we're here protesting today represents a way of doing things in the United States that allows tens of thousands of people to be murdered with our taxpayer dollars while our communities are defunded here in the United States, while all the harm that the United States empire has done for many decades go unrepaired. All of us here are part of building an alternative to that. As socialists, we know that a backbone of strong social movements is organized workers. Nothing is as strong as workers organizing to realize that our self-interest is aligned with oppressed people all over the world, and then using our collective power to demonstrate how powerful that solidarity can be. It's been many decades in the United States since labor unions have stood up against war perpetrated by the United States and for internationalism, but just in the past few months, we've seen 7 major labor unions and counting come out to demand an arms embargo against Israel and to demand an end to aid to Israel, including United Auto Workers, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers all over the country. And this is because so many people organized for many years to reform their unions from the inside, from the bottom up. DSA members were among those struggling for many years to do this, and this is the kind of struggle we need to do in every organization, every institution of working class power that we're building together. It's the strength of our movements on the outside that empowers us to intervene against an electoral system that is oppressing us. This is what empowers people like Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez in Chicago to stand up against censure for standing with Palestine. It's what empowers Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib from Detroit, who said the words, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and was censured by the rest of Congress for that. This is what empowered Cori Bush in St. Louis, who got elected as an organizer demanding justice for Mike Brown and black people killed by police, who was a champion for the ceasefire resolution in Congress following the lead of our movements. AIPAC, the Israel lobby, had to spend $20 million to defeat her earlier this month. But they are not going to keep us back. We'll keep organizing more strongly, more powerfully to win the world that we need. So that in 4 years, we're not just protesting the DNC and trying to influence the presidential election. We're organizing for a general strike with millions of workers all over the country to shut down the system that's oppressing us and win what we need. So it takes all of us getting better and better at organizing in the ways that we're connecting masses of people, not just at the ballot box, but in our workplaces, in our neighborhoods, in the streets, to build power through our own independent organizations. DSA is one of the organizations doing that. Many of you are from other organizations doing it. If you're not part of an organization already, join one by the end of today that you think is going to build the power we need over the next few years. We are all in this struggle together, and we are going to organize to win the world we want.
When Gaza is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up like that.
What do we do?
Stand up like that.
Next, coming up to bring us words is Carlos Montes, who is a longtime fighter for Chicano liberation. He lives and organized in Los Angeles and was one of the co-founders of the legendary Brown Berets. Make some noise for Carlos.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're ready to march, right? Carlos Montes, longtime Chicano activist. I'm a product of the anti-war movement in Vietnam. The Vietnamese people taught us that we needed to support the struggle of the oppressed people throughout the world against U.S. imperialism. My homies came back traumatized or dead from Vietnam. It radicalized me to support the struggle of Vietnam, victory over U.S. imperialism. That's why today we are in solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people, right? Self-determination for the Palestinian nation. The right of return for our Palestinian refugees, right? I come from Los Angeles, California, a primarily Chicano neighborhood. Some people call us Mexican Americans, but learn the word. We are Chicanos. We fight for Chicano power. We support working class power. But I'm from the 60s. I also support black power. Yeah, let's hear it. Black power. Chicano power. And all working class power together, we're going to have a revolution in this country, right? I organized in my barrio, in my neighborhood. We fight against police killings of young Chicanos by the LAPD. We fight for better schools against privatization. We fight for immigrant rights. But we know that the struggle is for self-determination and for revolution in this country. Are you with me? Revolution, yeah. I learned that from my grandfather, who was in the Mexican Revolution as a teenager. The whole world, the U.S. has now been isolated throughout the world because of their support for the genocide in Gaza, right? So the DNC, and I also march with the RNC. The leadership of the DNC and the RNC represent the rich interest of this country. They represent the empire. So we have to fight and organize against U.S. empire. Are you with me? We have built a large united front here in the United States against U.S. imperialism and support the struggle of the people throughout the world. And in closing, I just want to say that I was a guest in Venezuela, Caracas, in March for the 10-year anniversary of the Hugo Chavez passing. So again, we want to be in solidarity with Palestine, but also Nicaragua and Venezuela will fight power, Palestine will be free. Jamás será vencido.
been traumatized for 400 years and taught the world so much about wounded healing. That's the best of Black America. That's Frederick Douglass. That's Ida B. Wells. That's Harriet Tubman. That's Martin Luther King Jr. That's Malcolm X. That's Curtis Mayfield. That's Luther Vandross. That's Nina Simone. And it's precisely this moral power, this spiritual power, that allows us to straighten our backs up and say, no to genocide, a Democratic Party. Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to empire. Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to organized greed. Shame on you. You weaponizing hatred. And then people have the nerve to say, we are the haters. We have a love for our Palestinians, and we have a love for oppressed people wherever they are around the world. But at the moment, it's about Gaza. Just like it's about mass incarceration, it's about the hood and the barrios and the poor communities. But I want to end on this note. I just left this magnificent press conference with abandoned Harris people. Because a lot of folk getting excited about Sister Harris because she's a black sister from Jamaica and from India. And we simply want to say a black face in a high place in the same empire, the same predatory capitalist processes, the same policies of genocide do not move us. It's not a function of your gender. It's not a function of your sexual orientation. What kind of moral substance do you have? What kind of ethical content do you have? What kind of political consequences for those who might want tradition from the 25th Catholic Matthew? What you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. That's true for our precious Jews, precious Muslims, precious Christians like myself, secular brothers and sisters, atheistic, agnostic. What kind of human being are you choosing to be in your short trek from your mama's womb to tomb? That's why we stand here with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Shame on the Democratic
Can we make some noise for Dr. Cornel West? We'll keep moving in our program. Our next two MCs coming to the stage are Daniela from the Gente and Glow from the Honor Center. Let's make some noise for them.
Hola, hola. When I say mi gente, you say presente. Mi gente. Presente. Mi gente. Presente. Buenas tardes. Me llamo Daniela Sigala. I am with mi gente, and mi gente means my people. So, mi gente is a political organization and one of the leading immigration organizations here in the U.S. We are a political and organizing hub for all Latinx and Chicanx people all over the U.S. and Puerto Rico who seek racial, gender, economic, and racial justices. We are pro-indigenous, pro-black, pro-worker, pro-mujer, pro-Pachamama, and pro-immigrant. And proudly, our members join today's march to loudly say, no tech for ICE. Also, justice is our demand. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land. Justice is our demand. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land.
No, the American dream is made possible to the few at the expense of the many, at the expense of a living nightmare for the rest of the world. The same forces that divided my home, my Korea, are the same ones occupying the lands of Palestine. We are here to be reminded that it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat in office or a Republican, the imperialist forces of the U.S. must be stopped. For those who are undocumented, I remember asking, what does citizenship, what does legalization mean to me? And it doesn't mean being a part of this unjust system. It means demanding more each and every day and fighting for all of our liberation. Power to the people! No one is illegal! 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 Thank you.
One more time for Chloe in the Hannah Center, everyone. Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Alrighty, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker. We have Rama. Rama is from the National Students for Justice in Palestine, which builds the legacy and the impact of the student movement in occupied Turtle Island to help empower, unify, and support student organizers as they push forward demands for Palestine liberation and self-determination on their campuses. National SJP supports over 300 independent students organizations, including SGP Chicago. Welcome, welcome. Where's Rama? Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Welcome, Rama. Thank you. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? I want to put this here. Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rama with National Students for Justice in Palestine. I just wanted to start off by thanking the March on the DNC Coalition, and particularly the U.S. Palestinian Community Network for all of their hard work in executing this march. Yeah, give it up for them. I also want to thank SDS, MSA, JVP, YDSA, and dissenters for their support and involvement in the official student contingent at this march. Raise your hands. Which has coordinated and facilitated the congregation of hundreds of students here today. Finally, I want to thank all my fellow students who have worked day in, day out to make Palestine unavoidable on their campuses, especially SGP Chicago, for the work they're doing right here in Chicago. So, before I continue, I want to get to know the audience a little. So, if you're a student, can you make some noise? And if you've supported these students throughout the brutal repression they faced, can you also make some noise? And now this should be everybody. If you're tired of the Democratic Party's continuous enabling and supporting genocide against our people in Gaza for the last 11 months, let the DNC hear your rage. I'm proud to be among you all today, speaking as the voice of the student movement, affirming that students' commitment to Gaza and the liberation of Palestine is as strong as ever. We join you all today, the workers, the elders, youth, and children, to say loudly and clearly to the DNC that those who support and fund the genocide of our people are not welcome in our cities. For decades, students have been actively confronting Zionism and fighting for the liberation of Palestine on their college campuses under the banner of Students for Justice in Palestine. SDP has become central to this struggle with hundreds of chapters
and traditions to reaffirm identity as new Americans and to promote civic responsibilities. La Casa led the March 10th movement, which brought more than 500,000 people to the streets of Chicago and brought May Day back to the U.S. Give it up for Maggie!
Let everybody hear us. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. ¡Viva! ¡Viva Palestina! ¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Viva
introduce folks from the Illinois Nurses Association who just went on strike. Give it up for Kristen Perez!
Guys, they told me this morning to show up, and so I got on a divvy. So I'm just going to freestyle it for you for a minute. My name is Kristen Perez. I'm from the Illinois Nurses Association, and we represent 4,000 nurses across the state of Illinois, 1,700 of which are on strike down the block at the University of Illinois right now. We are healthcare workers who are fighting for our patients, our safety, our staffing, and a seat at the table in decision-making at the hospital where we do all the work. Healthcare workers don't get to walk away when there's a public health and safety crisis. You all know that the nurses were the ones who stood by their patients during the COVID pandemic, and nurses and healthcare workers in Gaza do the same to save the lives of those who are being bombed to bits in hospitals that are supposed to be sacred spaces of safety and healing. We believe that racism is a public health crisis, and so is genocide. The methods with which healthcare corporations seek to extract, exploit, and oppress us as workers here in Chicago, in Illinois, and in the U.S. are rooted in the same oppression, exploitation, and extraction tactics used against the Palestinian people of Gaza. So if any of you know a nurse, you know we don't know how to be silent. We will never stop advocating for our patients. And we see all the Palestinian people as our people.
and division in Korea. Let's give it up for Jo Hyun Park.